Bring him in. Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendants, his counsel, assistant state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness for the on the stand. I hope you had a nice lunch. I didn't want to call. Counsel is still on the direct examination of the witness, Sergeant Williams. Counsel is ready. You may proceed.
So, Sergeant Williams, I want to go back and follow up on a couple of those things that we were waiting on. I want to start with this yellow raincoat that the blood was testified to as the blood of Anthony Williams. We were talking about that in connection with the blowback on that. Can you comment as to the location, if that would be consistent with it being in that location when the blowback from Anthony Williams' head wound occurred?
I don't think that it went back that far. Can you zoom in a little
Sure.
and unblur it?
I'll go to the next photo on that one, make it a little bit easier to see.
To me, that looks more like a transfer stain,
Okay.
because it has smear in it with a drop of blood that's already dried, and so the blood is already dried and is transferred. So I think that's I believe that's a transfer stain with a hand.
Okay. So to go back to the photos that you had taken. For photo 6691 on this, what are you demonstrating in this photo?
This is a demonstrative photo that would show if an individual was seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver, would be able to obtain a shot into the front seat passenger.
And in terms of the individuals that are in this car, how are they attired?
Mr. Williams had,
And sorry, let me clarify on that one. The people that are pictured in the photo,
oh yes,
what do they have on to protect the scene?
they're in Tyvek.
Okay. So going on to this next photo, what are you documenting here?
It is a photo from the other side of the vehicle for its demonstrative only.
What number is it?
6693. I'm sorry. 6692, and now moving on to 6693.
And it's just an additional angle. It's all angles from the vehicle.
And in terms of, there's a marker spot there, the red marker on the back of that individual's head in the front seat. What is that showing?
That is the approximate entry point for the defect on Anthony Williams.
And so now going into photo 6696. What angle are you showing in this particular?
This is from the rear of the vehicle.
The orange that we see at the bottom right, what are those things?
Those are the trajectory rods.
Going into the next photo, which is for council, 6697.
That's another photo from the rear of the vehicle.
Are you in any way, shape, or form stating this is the gun that was used?
I'm not stating that's the gun that was used at all.
Okay. Going into 6698. Again, what are you documenting here?
That would be a photograph of the same positioning of the gun from behind from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Going to photo 6701. What are you showing here?
This is showing the proximity of the back seat passenger behind the driver in relation to the front seat passenger.
Okay. And so I'm going to go forward to some of the ones now with the ruler. When you are putting the tape measure in, what is your purpose of introducing the tape measure in these photos? And we're now here at 6708 and 6709.
To give, for the demonstrative photograph, to give a relation of distance.
Okay. And so in terms of this picture is showing what?
Well, it's not exactly to the end of the barrel of the
Okay.
firearm, and so it's approximately probably about 12 inches from the head to the end of the barrel.
And so showing it from the other side, is that the better angle?
Yes.
Okay, and that is photo 6713. What are you showing in this orientation of the arm?
It showed, the photo is showing that the arm does not have to be fully extended to obtain that shot.
And so going now to this photo, which is 6714, much greater distance. Oh,
Correct. So 6714 shows the firearm in an alternative position, again for demonstrative purposes, to show a distance range, and a firearm can still be fired in that position and in the direction of the front seat passenger.
okay. So now we're moving on to the rear passenger. Are you using the same demonstrative model for this individual?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about the blood from Cortland, or the driver, Cortland Henry's shirt on the front. Was there also an analysis done of the blood on the back of Cortland Henry's shirt?
By the crime lab, yes.
Okay, and were you made aware of the results of the DNA of the blood sample on the back?
Objection, hearsay.
Steve, watch your side. Sustain the objection, never mind. Just sustain. Rephrase your question.
So, Detective Williams, there's testimony before this jury as to the person who contributed the blood to the back of that shirt. How does that information help your analysis in terms of the shooting inside the car?
The information was learned by me after the fact, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not how it helped, not what the information was.
Go ahead.
and it helped to solidify my analysis.
Okay. In terms of, based on the information that you have, can you state how the driver was positioned when the shots occurred for the backseat passenger, Mr. Thomas?
The driver, in my opinion, was seated in the front seat when the shots were fired inside the vehicle,
And in terms of how would blood get on the back of the shirt?
because he's seated in that position.
Okay. So I want to ask, can we put some chairs here to help demonstrate what we're talking about?
Sure.
So you reviewed all of the photos from the initial Miramar crime scene,
Yes.
and is there a difference in the height of the front seats and the back seats?
There are.
And so this is not anywhere close to exact. Is that a fair statement with the chairs here?
Correct.
So, can you demonstrate, if you were the driver, how you would be positioned when the individual sitting in the rear passenger side seat is shot? If you could step down to show how would the blood from him then be on this individual?
So the driver is seated in this position, just seated here, and not moving. The blood from this individual, from the blowback, lands here, and blood from this individual lands on the back, and it's all from just not moving.
Okay. In terms of the back of the seat, is his back pressed against the back of the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And that for the first individual or the second individual?
for both.
Okay. In terms of, and you can resume your seat, we'll come back to this in a moment. So in terms of the distance between the individual in the rear driver's side seat and Mr. Thomas in that, do you know there to be a minimum distance they were separated by?
Can you restate that?
The individual, whoever was in the rear passenger seat on the driver's side, and then Chris Thomas, who is in the rear passenger seat, passenger side. Is there a minimum distance that they are separated by?
There is.
And how do you know that?
So we have a known distance. As I said earlier, we are confined to the inside of this vehicle. So we have a known distance of shoulder width inside the back seat of this vehicle. We know a distance of shoulder width of Mr. Thomas, and then we would be able to deduce the difference between the center console and another passenger.
So in terms of the photos at the Jeep when it first came to the hospital, are you aware of how the back center console was positioned?
Yeah, it was down just like that.
And showing from what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 30, photo DSC _ 0127. Is that important for your reconstruction?
Correct. So this is the blood that is on the center console is consistent with Mr. Thomas crumbling into the position above or onto the center console of the back seat.
So the next photo in that series, again from States 30, is that one shows DSC 0_0133. Is this the plastic bag you spoke about and processed?
Yes.
Going back to your photos, what are you demonstrating in CSW _ 6716?
So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger who would be seated in that seat.
Okay. Now, looking from the other angle, what are you looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6717?
And that is just a forward picture from the front of the vehicle facing towards the back of the vehicle to show that it is still possible to fire a firearm inside the vehicle.
Okay. And then in terms of the measurement, how far away is the firearm from the face at that demonstrative photo, which is 6719?
In this particular demonstrative, it's approximately 6 inches.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if Mr. Thomas was sitting straight up and didn't move to the side to get away from a gun?
At one point, I believe that he did,
And how do you know that?
because Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned and put his hands up or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm projectile through his thumb.
Okay, and so you're pointing to your right hand. In terms of the injuries to Mr. Thomas, do you recall which hand they are on?
I would have to look at the photograph.
Okay, and we can come back to that in a moment on that. So the, and Ms. Smith is surprised to get to the any photos. Oh, the defensive wound, why is that important for you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. He was taken by surprise, and his hands being up. If his hands were down, he would not receive a projectile through his thumb. His hands are in an up position, almost saying, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquish or something, but he receives a defensive wound due to that projectile, and I think at that point he repositioned to be forward facing.
Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to approach with the NE photos, which are state 75. I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as state 75. Which hand is pictured as with the wound in photo 12 on that exhibit?
It's the left hand.
Okay. So continuing on with regards to, we talked about, you can state that the the front passenger side door, that the window was taken out by the projectile from Mr. Williams' head.
Correct.
Can you testify as to whether or not the door was open?
I cannot. I have no idea if the door was open or not.
Okay. As to the door next to Mr. Thomas, the rear passenger side door, can you testify or give any opinion as to the state of that door when the shot to the face took place?
No.
Why not?
Well, I believe, actually, let me recant. I believe the door was closed. There is actually a projectile that goes through Thomas's door during this incident and actually enters into the driver rear door.
The driver rear door, okay.
Correct.
So, I want to, in terms of the driver rear door is open or closed?
I believe this door, the door that you asked about, was closed.
Okay,
Excuse me, can I just clarify what door we're talking about?
that's what I'm getting ready to do.
Christopher Thomas's door.
Okay, so, we're clear here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If this is the seat for Mr. Thomas, the door that was right to the right of him, you believe was closed.
Correct.
And why can you say that?
Because we have a projectile that enters in this door and travels across the vehicle and into the other door,
When you
into
say-
the the driver passenger door.
So, the door here on to the left, if you're facing forward in the car, the door door to the left of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state how that door was positioned during the drive-by, the stage drive-by?
So after Mr. Thomas was shot, the door of the backseat passenger, driver back door, was in an open position.
How can you
And-
tell that?
It was in an open position because of the projectile strike, the projectile that I spoke about earlier that enters in from the passenger side rear door, travels across the vehicle and enters into the door panel of the driver's side rear door.
Okay, so I'm going here to photo 6733 that you took. There is now another individual outside the car. What is this individual in this photo, trying to demonstrate?
This is another demonstrative of a alternative theory
Okay,
of if a shot could be obtained from a person outside of the vehicle.
okay, and so you mentioned we were talking about the one that goes through into the door here. Where did
Correct.
it strike that driver's side rear door?
It struck it where the speaker is, and
Okay,
it struck. So if we have a picture of the door, you'll see that the speaker is whole, and then it has, because it's a speaker, so it's pretty thick, and the projectile actually entered on the front of this speaker. If the door was in the closed position, the projectile should have went into the speaker.
Oh.
6733, is
this one right here is 6733. Okay. So, and there's some other photos that we'll come back to from Miramar to discuss that one. But right here, so you're saying an alternative proposition is being demonstrated by 6733.
Yes.
Are you able to rule this out as a possibility?
Yes, because number one, the angle would not be able to be obtained into Anthony Williams. Number two, if the shot was made, the blowback would be more of a vertical blowback.
And so what do you mean by vertical?
So it wouldn't come up and down.
Okay.
So because of where we're at, as you stated earlier, of being how the seats are and the closeness, this is a little further away, so you're not going to obtain as much blowback to be able to hit up here, and the blowback would come this way, back that way.
Okay.
It wouldn't go any other way.
So I want to go, so we've gone through, that was 6733. So going to I want to go back a little bit on the angle for Mr. Thomas from that alternative proposition. So we're going to go to 6722. And what are you demonstrating in this photograph?
So this is a demonstrative of an individual reaching into the vehicle to fire a weapon at Mr. Thomas.
And in terms of the shot, could the individual get that angle if from outside?
So if the individual could obtain that angle and make that shot, unfortunately they would have to be the arm would have to be completely up against the passenger. So in the photo here, the person represented with sunglasses, the arm of the shooter would have to be completely against that person to make that shot. And I don't believe that this scenario is feasible.
Okay. So, and now that was 6723, are you showing the same thing?
Yes.
Going to 6730. What are you demonstrating with this trajectory rod and this photo?
So this is the suspected trajectory of the flight path of the projectile that went into Anthony Williams. Again, as I stated, Mr. Williams had his head canted to the right, which is the reasoning for the flight path and its continued perforation into the window, perforated the window and exited the vehicle.
So Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, were the driver's side window intact?
Yes,
Were you provided the keys to the car to be able to turn power on and to put them down for purposes of pictures if need be?
yes.
So on 6732, what is, you showing the same thing as the last photo?
Correct. This is another demonstrative with the firearm canted and a downward, with the ejection port facing down. And again, you would literally have to be leaning into the vehicle and onto the person who is seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And is this the opposite angle?
That's one we already discussed.
Okay. Yes, you're right, 6733. Moving on to 6736.
What was the one just before that?
6735? And so in this instance, is this firearm, the magazine has been removed?
Correct, for safety purposes.
Okay. So going on to, again, like I was saying, 6736. What is this showing?
This is just another demonstrative of the firearm canted with the ejection port down and at an angle. Again, you would have to be pressed up against the back seat passenger that's behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And we'll get into in a little bit with the blue star as to why you put an individual there. So then you've gone on and showing now on 6739. What are you showing on this particular demonstrative photo?
That is a demonstrative photo showing that a firearm can be fired at in the direction of Anthony Williams with the hand and with the elbow up, and the arm does not have to be fully extended in order to fire the firearm.
Okay. So in terms of the trajectories on the back of the car, I'm going to talk a little bit on that aspect. As to one that is labeled A, could you describe where that is on the vehicle?
That is in the rear hatch of the vehicle. It actually perforates the plastic. That whole back of the vehicle where it states Jeep is actually plastic, and it perforates the plastic, perforates the paneling that's on the inside of the vehicle, and it then enters into the bottom of the back seat.
Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to the other ones, we've already looked at 6760 and 6761. On 6755, are you identifying these by the same letters that the Miramar Police Department assigned them?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the trajectories of B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, were you able to determine if there was a change in the angle of side to side on them?
Meaning a shooter's changing
Changing
direction.
lanes in a car, let's say.
So the majority of these shots was from a standing, stationary position.
And how can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that fact?
Because it's what's known as in firearms as a grouping. So it's grouped pretty close together, which means that the person's stationary, firing a firearm, and actually creating a grouping of, so if the person's moving, you won't have such a grouping, it'll be scattered.
If the vehicle was moving, would that affect it?
Yes.
In terms of the glass in the back, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the rods that are indicated, and again, the photo that we just looked at, 6753, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H at the top, I'm gonna go to photo 6760, if the glass was in place when they went through?
So I would surmise that the first 2 or 3 rounds took out the glass altogether, and the rest of the rounds were not affected by the glass. And that is evident by the firearms unit of our lab being able to positively identify the projectiles, because the glass will make artifacts onto a projectile as the projectile passes through it. And if there's artifacts on there, our lab would not be able to identify those items.
Okay, so you said that you figured 2 or 3. Why would you give a range of 2 or 3 could have gone through the glass?
It's a rather large window. Again, it has the plastic in between it, and it's going to take quite a bit to remove it completely.
Okay.
Now,
And,
keep in mind, this is not the way that it was when this vehicle presented itself to the hospital.
okay. And you've reviewed those photos?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through, did you turn on power to that Jeep you mentioned?
Yes, battery pack.
Okay. And so the Bluetooth was able to be turned on?
Yes, there's a non-blurry one.
Sorry. In terms of the phones that were the most paired phones on this, what were they?
So we have 5 paired phones on this infotainment center. Number 1 just states iPhone. Number 2 states YNW apostrophe S iPhone. 3 states the same. 4 states YNW TALABAN. And 5 states iPhone.
We talked briefly about the B-pillar column that you recovered that second projectile from. Is this a photo of that B-pillar?
Yes.
Okay. Going forward, what are we looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6773?
So this is actually the perforation site of the B-pillar, of the projectile perforating the B-pillar panel.
Okay. And then once it was removed, and that's in photo 6775 and then 6776, but staying on 6774 right now, what is this picture showing?
That would be the projectile,
Okay. And then 6775.
is a close-up of the projectile.
So I want to go to the, and then you mentioned on the back, that was, we'd already reviewed that photo, which was 6777.
Yes.
So I want to go to the outside of the vehicle and talk about the impact strikes there. You have rods through I, J, K, L, N, O, and P. Why not M?
M is a penetrating strike mark. It actually perforates the skin of the door and then stops at the B pillar. And because the B pillar did the job that it's supposed to do, it's actually designed to stop around. So there cannot be a secondary spot to put a rod in to create a trajectory.
Okay. So in terms of sites I, J, K, L, N, O, and P, do you have an opinion as to how fast the muzzle of the gun was moving when those shots were fired?
I don't have an opinion. I would say that they're not even methodical. They're scattered. There's no grouping with them. It's there's no methodical reason to it. It's senseless firing into a vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of which of these I, J, K, L, N, O, or P goes through and strikes the driver's side rear door? Do you know which of those was?
Can I look at my report?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please.
Judge, could we get the date of the report? There's several.
Counsel?
Sure. Which report are you referring to, Detective?
November 6th.
November 16, 2021.
Okay.
The amended?
No, 16th, the
They
initial.
both say that. Okay.
It would be site M. M as in Mike.
Okay. So M is the one that you could connected through to the other side?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, I'm sorry, I thought you said M stopped at the B pillar.
Yeah, let me look again.
Bless you.
Excuse me, thank you.
It's from the cold air, Judge.
It's freezing. My apologies, it's site K, K
Oh.
kilo.
K kilo, okay. So, when you are going through the rear of the car and documenting all of the strike marks, do you assign a letter to the one that you found in the B pillar?
That became site Q.
Okay. So in terms of the total number of projectiles that were fired from outside the car to the inside. How many were there? Sorry.
So we have 17.
And can you say the order of whether the ones to the back of the car happened first or the side of the car happened first on the outside?
No.
Can you say whether the shots inside the car happened first or the shots on the outside happened first?
Inside happened first.
So we talked a little bit about defensive wounds on that. Were there any defensive wounds on Anthony Williams?
No.
So there is testimony that there was a driver in a car. Could the driver, Cortland Henry, have gotten that angle or shot on Anthony Williams?
No.
Why not?
He would have to have a rather large arm. Like, he'd have to be Inspector Gadget.
So in terms of, did you measure the height of Mr. Henry?
Yes.
And what was that height? If you need to refer to your
For
report, please let me know.
he's 70.5 inches tall.
Okay. And in terms of his arm length, did you measure that?
No, I did not.
Okay. In terms of the height to his shoulder, did you measure that?
No.
So with regards to the length of his arm, why do you say he would have to have Inspector Gadget length arm to get that shot on Anthony Williams?
Because he would have to, it would be a very awkward position that his wrist is, no human wrist is simply capable of being in order to reach around, extend it out, and pull the trigger.
Okay. In terms of the intervening objects, how does that help you in saying where that firearm had to have been?
The firearm had to have been, would be due to the headliner being there. I'm sorry, the head
Rest?
rest being there. That all puts it all in line with the backseat driver passenger.
Okay. In terms of the angle for the driver to get the shot on Christopher Thomas, is that possible?
No.
Why not?
Because the injury to Christopher Thomas's cheek is an exact circle. And if Cortland Henry is pointing back from the driver's seat to the direction of the position of Christopher Thomas, you would expect to see a leading edge injury to his cheek instead of a perfectly circle on his cheek.
Okay.
On top of it, you would see more blood on the seat that Cortland Henry was sitting in for both. If he were to make both shots of those two individuals, there would be a substantial amount of blood on his seat.
Okay. Now, speaking about the rear passenger, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or identify who was in that seat?
The rear passenger,
Yes.
driver's side,
Yes.
I was advised that it was,
Objection, hearsay.
So, without going into that, in terms of what you were advised, can you say, based on your own personal knowledge, who was sitting in that seat at the time of this homicide?
that would be Mr. Timmons.
Okay. And how can you say that?
Objection, can we approach?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, there was an objection to the last question and answer. I sustained it. You are to disregard the last question and answer. Counsel will repeat her question, but you are to ignore the last question and answer. Sure.
So Sergeant Williams, can you give an area of the car with which the shots emanated from?
Yes.
And could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the car did the shots that killed Anthony Williams emanate from?
From the driver's side back seat.
As to the shot that killed Christopher Thomas, where did that shot emanate from?
Driver's side back seat.
Okay. Is it possible for there to have been two shooters inside that car?
No.
Why not?
There is no time.
So explain what that means.
So, Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again.
Okay.
There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very, a rather rapid event of firing.
Okay. Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the heart to stop beating, for there to be no circulation due to the wounds that I examined from the medical examiner's office. None of the wounds have any blood in them, which tells me that they're all ante-mortem wounds. So the time was long enough for the heart to stop beating.
Okay. Is there scientific or medical testing to recreate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's knowledge. I'm sure the medical examiner could say the same thing.
So in terms of, it's nothing that can be recreated with a live human?
Correct.
In terms of the number of shots, you said 17 outside the car. How many rounds were fired inside of the car?
3.
And can you exclude the shots to the head for Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas as coming from outside of the car?
Yes.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that, for example, shot that was marked as H in the, here, let's go to 6755. How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that shot H is not the one that wound up in the face of Mr. Thomas?
Because Mr. Thomas is already crumpling at this point, and he is actually he's in the clear, if you will, of site H.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that site H is not the shot to the back of the head of Anthony Williams?
Because site H continues and strikes Anthony Williams in the shoulder.
In terms of site K, the one that goes completely across the car, how can you tell that no one was sitting in the rear driver's side seat when that bullet came through the car?
It would have hit their legs.
Was there any sign of blood or anything on that seat?
There were signs of blood on the seat, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star? You've talked about it a little bit.
Blue Star is a chemical that is used in forensics. It's very similar to what most people know as luminol.
What's the difference between the two?
Luminol is a very caustic chemical, and it's not really healthy to use. It's effective, but it's not really healthy to use. Blue Star accomplishes the same thing. It still detects blood diluted up to 100,000 times, and it's not caustic.
Oh.
So it's attracted, luminol and Blue Star, they're both attracted to the Hemi group of blood, primarily iron, and it will detect trace amounts of blood even after it's been washed. So if you have blood on your shirt and you throw it in the wash, and throw it in the dryer, and then hand it over to me, I'm gonna tell you to put it back in the wash because there's blood on it still.
Okay, what if it's been 5 years?
You'll still get that result.
Okay, and what type of result are we looking for?
We're looking for blood.
And so what does it look like if there is blood?
So if there is blood, and that's the other difference between luminol and blue star. With luminol, the illumination of the luminescence of the blood, the hemi group, is not as bright, and it is not as lasting. So you have to be very quick with your photograph in order to get it. With blue star, it is very bright and it's lasting, so it's long enough for us to get a photograph of it multiple times, and if we need to, we can come back and squirt it again and duplicate the result if we're not happy with our photographs.
Okay, in terms of the luminol, does that destroy the DNA?
No,
Okay. Does blue star destroy DNA?
no.
So is there a version that the sheriff's office uses now? More so than the other? Is there a preference?
We primarily use blue star.
Before we end, is that something you could demonstrate here in court as to how blue star works?
Yes,
Do you have some with you?
yes.
Okay. So you're going to state would be asking you to demonstrate and how the blue star works?
You have the, show it to counsel,
Counsel?
go ahead.
No.
Need some assistance there?
Detective Williams, if you would be so kind.
So should the council, like,
Go ahead.
while they're doing?
No, I asked it, I didn't see you move, so hold on, counsel. He wants to take a look at it.
What are we gonna do?
How blue star works?
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand one of your members needs a restroom break. We'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or do no research, just leave your notepads on your chair. Thank you. Mr. Howard, I thought, I didn't see any reaction from you, I didn't see you do anything, so I didn't think you were interested in doing it. That's why I said go ahead.
He's getting old, Judge. He needs a little more time to move.
No, I apologize. All right, Mr. Dennis, you need a restroom break?
Yes, sir.
Nope, all right, thank you, we're in recess. Assistant State Attorney. Are we ready to proceed?
Could I get the rest of my team in here?
Please. I thought they were all here, sure.
The investigator and Mr. Shea, not here.
Yes. Thank
So, everybody take a look at what the demonstrative is. Any issue with that?
No, sir.
Jury ready? All right, so we're all set, let's bring the jury in. Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Devlin, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Our witness remains on the stand. And we broke. I think you're going to go over the demonstrative again, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, the witness is using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating the testimony. What the witness says is the evidence, and demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence unless it's later received. So all the items of evidence go back to the jury room during your deliberations. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Sergeant Williams, can you explain what this object is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is the back seat of a Ford Explorer that was owned by the Broward Sheriff's Office. We were deadlining the vehicle and sending it to auction without seats. They gave me this for this demonstration.
Okay, so you had talked a little bit about Blue Star. Can you explain how Blue Star is used and how it is reinstituted or reconstituted, I guess would be the proper term, for use in this?
So we use Blue Star to, in any crime scene, to locate blood. As sometimes when we have an investigation, there'll be what is often referred to as cleanup, where the subject who committed the crime will begin to clean up the area to make it look like no crime happened.
And so when is Blue Star concrete mixed or formulated?
No, so Blue Star comes with a not normally a garbage trailer. So Blue Star comes in a container like this. It comes with a chemilucent solution, and then on top of that, it comes with 3 oxidizing tablets. All of that is contained in this box. I pour the solution into a sprayer bottle. I add 3 oxidizing tablets, and I gently stir it until the oxidizing tablets have dissolved. And once they're dissolved, it is ready to be applied. This is one of many chemicals that we use to detect blood.
And in terms of, is that one toxic?
This one is not toxic.
In terms of the time frame, once you mix it up, how long do you have to use it?
24 hours.
And when did you mix up that batch right there?
About 10 minutes ago.
And in terms of the seat that is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as a demonstrative, is it have any visible blood stains on this?
It does have some visible blood stains, and it has some non-visible blood stains.
And how do you know that those blood stains are on that seat?
Because I put them there.
And so, with your permission, Your Honor, if we could dim the lights, so Sergeant Williams would step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Blue Star works.
Yes, you may step down. Give the lights, please. Are they good enough for you, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. And so, Sergeant, you're treating the entire seat.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I don't know where the blood could be, even though I placed it there. I don't remember exactly, so I'll spray everywhere, and then you see where it all is. You'll see that it lasts a pretty long time, and it allows us to identify where blood is.
Okay.
Everybody see that over there?
Yeah.
So, thank you. Okay, Travis, if you would. Thank you, Sergeant. I'm going to turn the television on again.
So Sergeant, did you have the opportunity to process the 2018 Jeep Compass in this case using Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
When you are processing it for Blue Star, do you take initial photographs to show how it looks without Blue Star on it?
Yes.
And is this one of those photos CSW 4835?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Travis, if I could bother you to dim the lights just slightly? Thank you. And again, going to the next photo that you took, which is CSW 4839.
That would be prior.
Okay. And this is CSW 4841. Again, is this prior to the application of Blue Star?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the application of Blue Star to the picture that was just shown. And it's illuminating blood and the driver's side rear passenger seat. And it clearly shows that somebody was seated in that seat. If you look at right here, that would be where the legs are. And it continues on to show where the buttocks were. And what's very telling is that there's no blood on the back of the back seat, which means that a back was leaning against it.
Why would you expect to see blood on that area?
Because that's going to be from the blowback from Anthony Williams.
And in terms of that seat, did you saturate it like you just demonstrated in court?
Yes.
And for the record, that was 4846. This is 4847. Going out to 4848.
So this is the same back seat, the same area, it's just from a different angle.
And is that kind of the the moisture that is showing up in some of the reflection in this photograph? Is that the application of the
Yes,
booster?
from the previous photographs.
So going to this particular side, what are we looking at here?
So here again, you have the outline of buttocks. You have where the leg separation is. So there is somebody seated here, and then again, this whole entire seat has no blood on it. Where this area along here all has blood on it. So this void is indicative of an individual seated in this position.
So in terms of the seat that we're looking at right here, remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which seat in the car this was.
This is the driver's side back passenger seat.
Did you also do this same testing on the front driver's side, going to photo CSW 4863 for the record?
I did,
And is this seat also processed in the same way?
correct.
Okay. Again, showing the moisture in this photo of 4865. Was this all done on the same day?
Yes,
And 4866?
that was the smear the transfer that I was talking about earlier. So I actually swabbed that area with a swab to collect the blood. And then I swabbed an area of non-blood, an area of non-blood, and that's what was submitted to the lab.
Okay. So going forward to 4868 and 4869. And so now we're looking at 4870. Where
Correct.
is that showing?
So this is the seat, and
Which seat? So it's
this is the driver's seat, and the only illumination on the driver's seat is the very, very edge of the seat back on the outer portion or the interior portion of the driver's seat. And again, this is indicative of an individual seated in this seat, and that's why there's no that's why there's no blood here. The blood actually landed on the individual, and let me take that out for you real quick. And it landed on the individual and a little bit on the seat, right around in here, and the rest of it was absorbed by the individual that was seated in that seat.
If there's blood on clothing, would it transfer to the seat?
If it's enough blood, it can transfer. If the clothing has already absorbed it, then it generally will not transfer.
And so going forward now to the same Jeep, where are we looking at the Jeep in this picture?
This is the Broward Sheriff's Office Evidence Confiscation Warehouse for the vehicles.
Okay. So did you use Blue Star again on the door of the Jeep?
I did.
Okay, so this, for the record, we are now 4875. What are we looking at in image 4875?
This is the driver's side rear compartment area with the driver's side rear passenger door in the open position.
Okay. So going forward to the next image, which is 4876, what are we looking at here?
You see that there's a reaction to blood on the door.
And so what does that tell you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Tells me that the door was closed during the shooting incident inside the vehicle.
And again, 4877.
This is the same thing.
So Sergeant Williams, In terms of the stippling and powder tattooing that was present on Mr. Thomas, would you give a range as to how far away a muzzle would have been from his face?
The range that I would give to that would be 8 to 12 inches.
And without the actual firearm that caused that wound, could you do a recreation?
I could not, but again, like I said earlier, this is a unique case where our shooting is confined to a known area with known confinement measurements, and it can be deduced.
Okay, so I want to go to what's been previously in evidence as states 30. On the photographs, we talked about the site K and the strike mark across the car. I wanted to go through, this is photo DSC 0403, DSC 0404, and DSC 0408. You are describing the speaker and things. Is this what you were talking about?
Correct. So if this door, the driver's side passenger door, was in a closed position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle, I would expect to see this projectile strike mark to be in the speaker. So that is indicative of the door being in an open position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Just one moment to confer with co-counsel. And in terms of, on this particular strike mark that we're looking at here on states 30, this image, was this from inside the car?
Was the round fired from inside the car?
Correct.
No, the round was fired from outside the passenger side of the vehicle. It perforated the the passenger side rear door, traveled across the vehicle, and penetrated the speaker area on the driver's side rear passenger door.
Okay. I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Counsel, thank you. Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a little bit, Your Honor. Sergeant. Or-
Sir, good. How are you, Mr. Howard?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I want to start by clarifying, you were initially asked to get involved in this investigation in November of 2021.
Correct.
More than 3 years after the actual incident, right?
Yes.
And your initial understanding was that your primary purpose, or at least one of them, was to disprove the notion that there was a drive-by shooting.
Not necessarily disprove it, just to determine if it was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. And you are aware that the person that claimed it was a drive-by shooting is Cortland Henry.
I believe so. I don't know who said that it was a drive-by. I was just asked to say if it was a drive-by.
Okay. And you are aware that when Cortland Henry made this statement, that this gentleman was nowhere around, right?
I wasn't part of the initial investigation,
Okay.
so I don't know if that was included in their sorry, of Miramar's investigation with that.
Okay. But whoever, what you are saying is whoever claimed it was a drive-by shooting was lying.
Was incorrect.
Okay. Not necessarily lying, mistaken maybe?
But if you want to call him a liar, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you had also indicated to us, we had a little demonstration with some chairs. And I want to start off there. You had indicated that you were of the understanding that there was some blood on Cortland Henry's shirt, right?
Correct.
Cortland Henry, who you understood to be the driver.
Correct.
And there was some blood on the front of his shirt and there was some blood on the back.
Yes.
And during your testimony, you sat in what would be the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
Now tell me something. Do you know what kind of firearm was used?
No.
What caliber?
40.
40 caliber?
Yes.
If a 40 caliber is fired inside a vehicle, will it make a noise?
Yes.
Will it make a loud noise?
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony was that Cortland Henry was sitting here, sitting in his seat, right?
Yes.
Based upon your reconstruction, there was blood spatter that hit the front of his shoulder, and I think your words were, and he was sitting still and not moving, and there was also blood spatter that hit the back of his shirt.
Yes.
Okay, so with a 40 caliber blasting in that car, you're saying that based upon your analysis, Cortland Henry was sitting still and not budging. That would be your analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that Christopher Thomas, who you believe to have been sitting in the rear passenger seat, had a defensive wound
Yes.
in his hands.
In one of his hands.
In his left hand.
Correct.
It was a gunshot wound,
Yes.
and that he was shot from 8 to 12 inches away.
For the cheek.
Okay. So, well, whoever was shooting at him when he had his hands up would have been a pretty bad shot to miss him from 12 inches away and hit his hand.
Well, it didn't say that he was 12 inches away during that shot. State never asked the distance for that shot. State only asked the distance for the cheek.
Okay, well, you had indicated in your report that you took account of the width of the cabin of that vehicle.
Yes.
What was it?
50.
Feel free to look at your report. I don't want to. It's not a
I
trick
think
question.
it's in my notes, but do we have the picture? Can State pull up the picture?
Sure. Should be in your notes. You have the same thing with all the pictures, you just stuck it in?
It's state 77.
Okay.
$50.5 inches.
50.5 inches. And give us an estimation of what, well, not an estimation, a calculation of what that would be in feet and inches, so that we'd have a better sense.
So 4 feet, 2.5 inches.
4 feet, 2.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. So the entire inside cabin rear of that vehicle is less than 5 feet wide.
Yes.
4 feet, 2.5 inches, almost 4 feet, right?
Yep.
Okay, and you were saying that there was a shot. How broad was the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders? You indicated that as well?
It was, for, to the autopsy.
Yeah, sure. By the way, did you ever account for the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders at all?
Yes, I think I got it off of the autopsy photos though.
Okay.
So, do we have them that I can review? To answer your question?
And that would be state 75.
Is this all of them?
That's for Mr. Thomas, and state 73 is Mr. Williams.
Do you have the one with him on the table with the scale?
That's not in evidence, so Mr. Howard, want you to have that one?
I don't mind you looking at it.
that on a thumb drive or just on your computer?
I have it on a drive here, so I'm gonna.
Got it?
Yes. I don't know.
How broad?
2 feet 6.
2 feet 6 inches.
2 feet 6 inches. So that's more than half of the 40 inches.
That is
More than half of the 40.
less than half. Right?
2 feet is
24.
24.
30.
6 inches is 30.
We're at 50 and a half. So, yeah, a little over half.
A lot over half.
A little over half.
60% of the width of the vehicle.
Correct.
According to your measurement.
Right.
Okay, so that means the other person, if they were seated there, would have to be taking up less than 20 inches of space, according to you.
Right.
Okay. And in that less than 20 inches of space, you have a tape measure there?
I wish I did. I have a ruler, I think.
You have a ruler?
I think so.
Please. Thank you for that. No? Don't have it? Okay, cool. All right, so let's just work with our
Yes.
imagination.
Okay.
The total width of the rear of that vehicle is 50 inches.
Now that's the
Chris.
total width from where we measured it, which is going to be from the top. The inside, from door to door, is going to be larger. What I did was shoulder.
What are you measuring the top for? What, somebody was up on top of the vehicle?
No.
Oh, what are you talking?
Can we go back to that photo? Right, it's 4851, I think it is, or Right here.
4850?
So that's shoulder right there, Mr. Howard. That's shoulder length. It's going to be larger for the seating area.
That seems to be, if I'm not, at 51 inches is the entire width of the inside cabin of that vehicle.
No, that's the shoulder. So it actually gets wider as it goes down.
What are you talking?
Can we pull up a vehicle, pull up the vehicle, just an actual picture of the vehicle?
But you're saying that's shoulder?
That's the shoulder.
Okay, well, we're talking about shoulder.
No, you're talking about butts in a seat.
No, let's,
But butts in a seat is going to be bigger than shoulder. You follow what I'm saying?
okay. I don't, but let me just continue my
Okay.
question and then you can. So the width of that shoulder space is 51 inches actually, not 52. Right?
50 and a half. It's actually 50 and a half.
Okay.
The
50 and a
angle
half.
makes it look larger.
And that's at shoulder width.
Shoulder, yes.
And Christopher Thomas's shoulders account for 30 inches of that 51 and a half.
For the
Correct?
shoulder, yes.
Okay, so the other person would have been inside of 20 inches of space on the other side.
Correct.
And firing a firearm inside that 20 inches of space minus the 8 to 12 inches between the muzzle of that gun and that face, right?
Okay.
You agree?
I'm following along with you.
Okay.
But
Now-
can you sit back down?
I will. I'll be back. So I'll give you that he was shot in the face and not the shoulder, right?
What?
He was shot, Mr. Thomas was shot in the face and not the shoulder.
He was shot. Are we talking inside the car or?
Inside the car,
Yes.
I'm talking about the face shot.
Right.
Okay. And however, the person who was doing the shooting is now confined within 20 inches of space, according to your analysis, and the muzzle of their gun was 8 to 12 inches away. Okay? I want you first to look at,
Can we just finish your first question?
I'm about to give it to you. At 6719. Now, first of all, you said you've been in law enforcement now for 20 years.
Just
You're
about
starting
20
your 20th year, and a recent promotion, congrats.
Thank you, sir.
In your 20 years of law enforcement experience, have you ever seen anybody fire a firearm like that?
I have never seen anybody fire a firearm because I'm always after the fact.
Okay. Well, you go to the range.
Right? Actually, we fire like that at the range.
You do fire like that at the range.
It's called a close quarter shooting.
I'm talking about that picture. That's up there,
So if
67.
this individual in the sunglasses was standing, that would be considered a close quarter shooting stance.
If they're standing, they're outside.
Same thing. If they're seated, it's close quarter. But can we go back to your other question on the inches?
First, let's talk one at a time, okay? We're driving
Her crazy?
crazy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Now, you've indicated to this jury that in your experience, you go to the range with your fellow officers and practice shooting like what we're seeing in that picture, 6119.
6719.
6719.
Put your glasses on.
Yes, that's close quarter shooting.
Okay. And when you say close quarter shooting, you're not talking about somebody holding a firearm in front of them You're talking about one to the direct side in the way that you have positioned those gentlemen inside that vehicle in your demonstrative shot 6719.
Can you restate that?
Okay. That image we're seeing,
Right.
6719,
Yes.
you've seen people fire firearms in the position of the gentleman in the dark glasses.
That is called close quarter shooting, and like I said, I am after the fact on any shooting, but the purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay. In any event, based upon your analysis, 6719 would be, image 6719 would be how the shooter would have to have been positioned in order to effectuate the shot that you say occurred, correct?
No. I stated that that picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters just like that.
Okay. Well, you did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one that you thought to present in your reports.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos.
Correct.
And we went through with the state multiple scenarios of different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle. And this is one of them of the multiple that were demonstrated.
So you're indicating that among these pictures here on this drive, there is another?
I believe there's three total.
Okay. May I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
6715 is one.
Okay. 6715, isn't that just,
Oh yes, that's correct. I thought that was standing up.
Okay.
I'll come up.
that's the state, come on.
Use this.
See?
You want to write these down?
Sure, sure. Well, actually, if you don't mind the witness testifying there, instead of me writing them down, why don't you just tap them as you go?
Okay.
That number is
6722.
6722. Oh, this person is outside the vehicle, I see.
Correct. That's another demonstrative.
You gotta speak up, sir.
That's another demonstrative.
I thought you said the person wasn't outside the vehicle.
No, you're misunderstanding or you're taking it out of context, actually. So the pictures that I testified to were all demonstrative photos of different scenarios for the shooting.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle.
No.
Okay, but
what I
what?
testified is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you're referring to are you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay, I'm asking for you to show me the other demonstrative scenario that you presented or that you devised in your examination with the shooter inside the vehicle?
There's another one outside right there.
I noticed.
There's another one right here, 6726.
You can make it bigger so we can all
I
see.
didn't know if you wanted me to.
No, please.
It's another one outside of the vehicle.
Oh, he's outside again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Outside the vehicle. It's another one that we discussed during direct, where he would be up against the person seated in that seat
And where is the shooter?
outside of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Another one. We're only talking about Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that after reviewing all those photographs, the only demonstrative scenario you advised, you devised, was the one that we discussed that is depicted in 6-1
6719.
6719?
67.
That's the only one.
Well, there's actually multiple pictures of 6719 at different distances, actually.
Okay, show.
They're all in here. All
Do
of
tell.
these are all different distances for
This-
6719.
The screen is yours.
So you have this one. Can we swipe it? There's two. That just shows the distance for that one. Another distance. There's another one.
Wait a
inside.
second. What number is that?
6720.
In 6720, the gentleman in the dark glasses is even in a more clownish, awkward position, isn't he? He's in a more awkward position, is he not?
He is in, actually, that's why I wanted you to sit down and finish your first question, because it would make a little more sense to finish that one to explain where you're going with this. Because where you're going with this isn't going to help if I can explain my thought process on the injuries and the distances.
You can retake the stand. Thank you. So, 6720. And the other similar photographs showing the two people in that position at whatever distance the muzzle of the gun is away. The person who got shot, Mr. Thomas, the person who did the shooting would have had to miss from that distance and hit Mr. Thomas in the hand according to your scenario, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
not miss. I think he shot him in the hand.
Oh, he deliberately shot him in the
I think he
thumb.
was firing, but so this is where you're not letting me sit down there to explain this. But you gotta be there too.
Okay,
I don't think.
let's sit down together.
I'll take that seat.
This one?
Alright, so we have a little gap between us, right?
It's a big gap.
It holds 2 drinks.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Thomas. You're holding a gun, right?
you've turned now.
Well, hell yeah, you're pointing a gun at me.
Okay,
So that's a defensive. Like, whoa, stop.
okay,
So that's where we're gaining distance now,
okay.
all right? So that's where that shot came in, because what do you think? There's no stippling here. So he's backing up. He's saying, whoa,
Right,
okay?
and
He
then,
gets shot,
and
goes and
then,
looks down, or somehow looks at his thumb and gets shot.
okay,
So I think that he's leaning to get away. He wants to get away. He has a gun pointed at him.
okay. So he's leaning to get away after he gets shot in the hand, and he says, oh wow, I got shot. Let me look straight ahead and get shot in the side of the
Or he
face.
could be opening the door to try to get out and get shot in the face. Because he's doing something that's making him look forward. So he's like this, don't shoot me, gets shot, and now he's looking for an escape plan. And there's some reason he's looking forward.
That's everything you came down here to tell. Right?
Well, yeah, because he lets me do this.
Okay,
Plus you smoke it.
thank you. All right. I'm gonna move on to something else for now. You indicated I want you to take a look at 6722. This was a scenario that involved the firearm or the shooter being outside the car.
Correct.
And if you would observe in your depiction there, the person who's shooting is looking above the car and sticking his hand not quite inside the vehicle all the way, but up to maybe his elbow,
Beyond the elbow.
a tad.
Well, I don't know approximately how much, but beyond the elbow.
And you
Almost to the armpit, actually.
And you opined during your direct testimony that you think it's not likely that the person could be standing outside and get that angle because his arm would have had to have been pressed up against the person in, assuming there was somebody there, in the rear driver's seat.
Correct.
And of course, that would be rude, and you wouldn't want to be rude in a shooting.
Well, I mean, if there was somebody sitting there also and you have a gun pointed at you, I would, it's human nature to try to probably hold the person. It's, who is going to let somebody hold up against them and with a gun in their hand
Okay,
without taking any action whatsoever?
So part of your analysis here wasn't dealing with just trigonometry and common courtesy, that's being rude, but also your psychology of what that person would have done.
Not necessarily. So for this particular demonstrative, that is my answer. If you have somebody being rude and pointing a gun across you, I would say that you hold you. It's human nature to hold it. You want to protect yourself. You would want to make sure that nobody gets hurt. But that didn't happen, and we don't have any blood directionality coming this way. So this scenario, although it was hoisted, is not possible.
I just want to be clear, the reason that's not possible is two reasons. One, the shooter would be being discourteous by pressing up against the person in the rear driver's seat, assuming somebody was there, rear driver's side seat. And two, because you are assuming that that person would have grabbed the arm and therefore it couldn't have happened that way. That is your science that makes this shot, not what happened.
And what you're forgetting to mention is the blowback that's on the headliner that would be part of this shooting incident, which you would not, which I testified on direct that you would not have the blowback on the headliner if you had someone outside the car shooting Anthony Williams and shooting Christopher Thomas. So therefore, you added rudeness, so I disagree. I agree it's rude to hold somebody up against a car like that. But at the end of the day, it's not possible, based on the blood evidence and the trajectories of this, that somebody was outside of this vehicle shooting into the vehicle.
At the end of the day, it's just not possible. It didn't happen that way.
Correct.
Okay. And I just need this jury to be clear on why, at the end of the day, the shooter was not outside.
Because we don't have the blood evidence and the trajectory to line up with somebody being outside of the car.
Okay. We have another picture here of, is this just another angle? We're talking about 6729. Is this just another angle of that demonstrative that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And in your demonstrative, the person doing the shooting isn't even bothering to take a look at his target. He's looking over the top of the vehicle. You see that?
Well, I don't think that we need to be focused on what he's looking at. We need to be focused on the position of the gun and his arm, because those are the two, well, specifically his arm, because his face is not going to fire a gun. His arm and hand is going to fire the gun. So we need to look at where that gun and hand is in order to make that determination.
Okay.
And like I said, it's all demonstrative in order to throw out, not necessarily throw out in a negative way, but to throw out possibilities or scenarios.
Okay, so if this, indulge me because we don't have anything for me ready to demonstrate, but if this, for example, is the frame of the window, there's no way that the person could be like that inside and actually looking at what they're shooting? That's not possible to you.
So you're suggesting that somebody is reached fully into the car, stretching across somebody.
I didn't say anybody was in the rear passenger seat, you did. But
Well,
I'm asking
okay.
you, if it- I'm asking you,
Excuse me, guys, one at a time.
thank you, Judge, I'm sorry. I'm asking you if it's possible that somebody could actually have been looking through that window at where they're firing instead of looking at the moonlight.
So they would, if they're putting their body into the car, they would actually have to drop their arms down in order to obtain that shot for Anthony Williams, because it is at such a degree that it exits out the front of his head and into a window, through a window. So dropping your arms in there, I just don't, it's not possible.
Okay, you do realize we're still talking about Christopher Thomas, which is the person.
Okay, I
that-
understand. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Yeah, sorry.
You realize we're talking about Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Who is the person that the photograph up on screen 6729 relates to.
Right.
Okay.
So
Let's deal with him before we get to Mr. Williams.
let me answer.
Okay.
So I testified earlier that this is one shooting incident without the possibility of changing guns. So therefore, both victims are included in a simultaneous shooting incident. So you can talk about Thomas or Williams, specifically you're talking about Thomas and an angle that could be obtained But keep in mind, what you're saying would have to be lined up with Williams as well, and that's why we can't agree to your theory. We have to agree to, your theory has to match the shooting incident, which is simultaneous.
Okay. I have not, thank God, been in a shooting incident myself. But I have seen on TV where somebody with a,
Speculation, counsel testified.
Rephrase your question.
if somebody with a firearm said, freeze, don't move, could it cause the people inside that vehicle to freeze and not move?
When I work the streets, I tell people to freeze and don't move, and they keep running. So I would disagree.
That's your answer to that?
Objection, arguments to
Sustained.
These people we're talking about in the scenario I'm presenting to you, sir, are seated inside a vehicle. And somebody is outside and says, freeze, don't move. Do you allow for that possibility?
The possibility that, no, you don't allow for it. I'm not allowing for it because we could sit here until we're both blue in the face and discuss possibilities. And the possibilities that you're suggesting, I don't agree with. Basically, the shooting happened from somebody inside the car. The blood evidence shows that it happened from inside the car. The angles show that it happened from inside the car. So any suggestion of it happening outside of the car I would not entertain because it's not possible.
Except when called upon to disprove the scenario that I presented to you, you can't do it with science and trigonometry.
objection, arguments to
Sustained.
You are telling me that the scenarios that I presented to you are impossible because of your assessment of whether or not somebody would have grabbed his arm and whether or not somebody would have taken off running. Is that what you're saying?
So the scenarios that you're presenting to me do not line up with the angles into the bodies. Those angles are set. Those angles have been completed. They don't change. The angle into Anthony Williams' head does not change. The blood spatter that comes onto the headliner and the directionality that it's going, which is it's heading towards the back seat driver passenger, does not change. So anything that you suggest would not obtain the results that are inside that car right now.
Okay, let's move on. I want you to take a look at photo 6733. We could take a restroom break if the court doesn't mind.
All right, we'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, ladies and gentlemen. Don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, serving no research, just leave a notepad on the chair. All right, let the record reflect that Drew stepped out, counsel ran along with the defendant. Need your restroom break? You good? All right, we're in recess. Always check with the defendant too. right, we're gonna bring in a jury now. What do you need?
More water for the witness.
You can have this,
Yeah, this one, no, this one is not even. Camera's good.
Oh,
Thank
You know, you talk so much.
Oh.
I gotta keep the road blue. Let's go, gents. I got one more.
jury entering. All present? All right, let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demmons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. The witness remains on the stand. Our jury is present. I think when we broke, you were still on your cross-examination, Mr. Howard. If you're ready, you may continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You know, I got excited. Let me get some stuff I wanted to get out the way.
Okay.
The firearm that you're using in all of these demonstrations is a 9mm,
Yes.
6 hour.
Yes. You're good.
Another thing, we went through the part of your testimony concerning all the potential GSR that you retrieved,
Correct.
identified, and you swabbed and sent to the lab for testing.
Down it, yeah.
That. And you're aware that none of them came back positive definitively for GSR.
So there's 3 particles to GSR, and what was collected were 2 particle GSRs. So there's elements of GSR in there, just not all 3 of them. And one of them will diminish over time. Obviously, I came into it 3 years later, so the nitrates one will tend to diminish over time.
Okay.
The barium will be around, and the lead will be around, and that's the other 2 particles. So those will stick around because they're stronger metals, but the nitrates that burn, they'll disappear relatively soon, which is generally on the gunshot residue collection kit that there is. It's recommended to collect GSR within 3 hours of the shooting due to wanting to collect those nitrates so that you can have 3 particles. But just because there's not 3 doesn't mean that it's not there. What was collected were 2 particle GSR, which is 2 out of 3 particles of gunshot residue.
Okay. See if you can follow. For there to be a definitive determination that the particles that are being tested represent GSR, there needs to be all 3, correct?
Correct.
And there were not all 3 in this instance, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you think they weren't all 3 is because the 3rd one would have dissipated over time,
Correct.
and you were called in 3 years later.
Yes.
So the incompetence that would have occurred here,
Sustained.
it's not your fault that what you're saying is this isn't your fault.
Well, I don't know if that's a fair question. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I collected what I saw.
Okay,
If I was there on day one, there would be 3 particle GSR.
you're speculating that there would be 3 particle GSR, correct?
Well, it would be within the time frame.
Right. But you don't know that it would have come back as GSR because there was no definitive determination made on the particles that you collected, correct?
It's not that there is no definitive. So RJ Lee will that generally want, I gave you that report. Can I have it back?
This one?
Yeah. So they have on there, I believe it says 2 particle GSR, there's over 9.
Is it correct that as regards the samples that you retrieved, the result of the testing was total particles characteristic of GSR 0?
Correct. So in order to have that, can I have that back? In order to have that, you would need to have all 3. That's my argument. So if you look at the analytical results on page 2, where it says that there's total particles characteristics is 0, and then total 2 component particles is over 9. And it explains up here what 2 components are. And the 2 components, it says right here that 2 component and
You can't read from the report.
all right, 2 component and 1 component GSR are 2 component and 1 component particles are consistent with GSR.
Okay. But there is no definitive determination that an expert would make that it is GSR without all 3 components. Is that correct?
No, so you're missing the point. There are 3 components to GSR. The report that you just referenced states that they found 2 of the 3 components of GSR. Now, it is not normal for people to have in their car lead and barium. So lead and barium are going to be in the car from a GSR incident. So those are the 2 that were collected. The nitrates were not collected because it's 3 years after the fact for me.
Okay.
So
Understood.
therefore, when it says 1 component, which is going to be the lead, 2 component would be the other, which is barium, they are characteristics of GSR. And on that report, it states that 2 component particles, there are over 9. So that is everything but the nitrates, and if it was collected on day 1, you would have the nitrates. So your argument is not right.
Okay. So let's go now to we're at 6729. That's the photograph with the gentleman looking at the stars. Let's go to 6730 and get a clearer picture of 6730. 6731. This is another scenario that you posited.
Correct.
And in that scenario, you have someone holding the gun sideways and sticking their hand in the window like I have my phone in my hand right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't consider somebody back here sticking the gun in a way that would be natural to shoot as opposed to what you depicted.
So if I were to consider your scenario, the projectile would actually end up in the headliner and possibly through the roof, because that is a very sharp angle. You're on your knee and you're shooting in an upward position through the window, and it would not hit anybody but the car.
Okay, I'll give you that. This chair, you would agree, that I was trying to demonstrate on is lower than the car window. You'll agree with that?
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been on my knee. I was trying to give you a demonstrative. You can,
Oh,
You
you
appreciate
didn't tell me that.
okay. So if somebody were sticking their gun in a natural firing motion as opposed to sidearm, at the back of that window, at an angle that would have allowed the projectile to go through that window, that's not something you considered and thought maybe you might put in the picture as opposed to this guy with the sidearm action?
Well, again, we could go back and forth onto every possible scenario that you could have in your mind. I'm not gonna entertain all of your scenarios. If you come up with one that would line up with the blood and the trajectories, then we can talk about that. But as far as your scenarios that are moot, I can't speak to them because they don't make sense.
Fair enough. Have you ever in your 19 plus years seen someone fire a firearm with their hand in the position that you see depicted in your demonstrative 6731? Ever?
Well, as you said earlier, maybe in the movies.
A bad move.
I mean, whatever movie you want to pick.
In real life, have you ever seen anybody at the range or anywhere fire a firearm in the way that you depicted that person in 6731? Ever?
I don't recall, but it is a possibility that a firearm can be fired in that position without jamming and strike a target.
Okay. Now, let's move to 6732. Same picture, same angle.
Yes.
Right. 6733, same sideways gun angle from the other side of the car.
No, it's the same side.
I mean, the photo being taken from the other side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. 6734. The gentleman is holding the firearm again,
Same position.
same position. 6735, same position.
Yes.
6736, same position.
Yes.
Okay. Now, of all the scenarios you could come up with to put in your report and to have demonstrated, every last one of them included somebody holding a firearm at an angle that you have never seen anybody hold it in your life.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Okay. You were brought in to do a reconstruction, a shooting reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And prior to doing that, you observed the shooting reconstruction that Miramar did, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you took one look at it and you knew you had to start from scratch, right?
Yes.
The terms that you use is what Miramar did was the worst thing you had seen in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, because they use string and some kind of gum, putty,
Putty.
and first of all, in their depictions or in their reconstructions, they had the string sagging,
Yes.
They also had all the strings from all of the perforations tied to the same lamppost, right?
Yeah, to the ruler, like a ruler thing.
The ruler,
I think it was a ruler.
which didn't make sense at all.
No, that would surmise that the shooter stood there and made miraculous rounds.
Okay, and that, so just to be clear, what Miramar did before you took over was totally incompetent, in your professional opinion.
Improper characterization.
Overruled.
It lacked training.
Okay. When you said it's the worst thing you had seen in your life, your words, what you meant to say was it lacked training.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, I don't like to be rude, but it lacks training.
Okay, so if you weren't being rude, you would say that it was an incompetent exercise and investigation.
Sustained. Let's move on. You got your point.
Okay, thanks. And then, when you took over, the first thing you asked the state to do was tell you who, strike that. Did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
Objection, hearsay.
Excuse me, why don't you come side with me?
So, did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
The state advised me of who the defendants were.
Okay. And they asked you what? What was the analysis they asked you to conduct with respect to the two people they had already identified?
To determine if it was a drive-by shooting or not.
That was the only purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked the state to go and get you the heights of the two defendants that they had already identified, right?
Yes.
And they obliged.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take the measurements yourself?
Yes.
You have your report there?
Yes, sir.
Want you to refresh your recollection.
Objection, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Okay. You determined. Give me a second. After you did you took measurements of Cortland Henry and of Melly, Jamel Devins, right?
Yes.
And you reduced them, you memorialized them in your report, right?
Yes.
And you determined that Cortland Henry's height was 70.5 inches,
Correct.
which would be how much in feet and inches?
5 feet 10 and a half.
5 feet 8.5.
So 60 inches is 5 feet. So 10 inches after that. 5, 10 and a half.
5, 10.5? Okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't know, if that's fine. 70 inches, let's just leave it at that.
70.5, yeah.
And you determined that his shooting height was 60 inches.
Correct.
How did you determine that?
So that was from him standing in a standing position, his arm extended out at 90 degrees, and a measurement was obtained from the ground to his finger.
Okay. Could you stand up, if you don't mind, Your Honor, and demonstrate what you determined was a shooting height?
Yes.
Okay. So, stay there for a second. When you say shooting height, stay sideways. You mean hand out at 90 degrees? Okay. So when you are determining, stay up there for a second. All right. So when you say 90 degrees, you are assuming that that person was not shooting at that trajectory or that, correct?
No, not correct.
Okay. But your analysis only took that angle into account
No.
for the standing shooting height.
So you have two different heights
Sorry.
that are made into account. So the one that we just talked about, and then we have squatting with the hand out
Okay.
at 90.
All right.
So now we have what you just asked for, that window. Follow?
Okay. So you determined a standing shooting height of 60 inches, and you determined that by measuring the tip of Cortland Henry's arm from the ground with his arm extended at 90 degrees from his body.
Yes.
Okay, you can sit there. And then you also determined you called it a squatting shooting height of 28 inches.
You all right?
I keep tripping with this thing.
Lost the wires? I'm sorry, we'll see what we can.
Sorry about that, Judge. See if we can anchor it. Just don't trip. Okay. And you also determined what you refer to as a squatting shooting height of 28 inches, right?
Yes.
And when you say squatting, I think the demonstration you made was doing so,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you help?
And you determined that to be 28 inches.
Yes.
Okay, now, for Jamel Demons, you determined him to be 4.5 inches shorter. 66 inches.
inches.
His standing shooting height was,
57 inches.
and his squatting shooting height was,
31 inches.
so even though he was 4 inches shorter, his squatting shooting height was 3 inches higher than the taller person, Cortland Henry.
Yes, so torsos, you can have a longer torso than Henry. So you can have longer legs but a shorter torso, or a longer torso but shorter legs. So that's how that
Okay.
works to be that way.
So essentially what you're saying is that Cortland Henry has so much more of a deeper squat or a shorter torso that when he squats and extends his arm at 90 degrees, it is 3 inches lower than someone who is 4 inches shorter than him.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
That's what you say, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, what did you use these measurements in order, what did you use them for? How did you use them in your analysis?
Over,
So these measurements were used to determine a minimum and a maximum shooting distance from the vehicle.
Okay. I want you to tell me, and you're talking about the perforations that were on the outside of the vehicle.
And to the and yeah, anything from the outside of the vehicle, nothing on the inside.
Okay. So I want to use this red pointer. And let's say, for example, you had an angle like so, right?
Okay.
Into the side of the vehicle. How would you use somebody's height to determine where they were?
Action, Your Honor, outside the scope of direct, if I may approach.
Okay. So,
Let's make the angle not so dramatic.
let's assume this rod was at that angle. Okay? A perforation in the vehicle came from that angle.
Okay.
You would agree with me that somebody standing here and shooting could make that angle.
Yes.
And somebody taller than me standing here could make that angle as well.
Yes.
Okay. And this is not the outside of the car, this is the outside of the car, just for purposes of this demonstration.
Okay.
And somebody shorter than me could be here and make the same angle, correct?
Yes.
So, in order for you to come up with a distance for a shooter, you would have to be locked in to whatever that height is, right?
No.
No? Okay, tell me how.
So you could take, just going to refer to that worksheet that I showed you earlier.
Sure.
Mr. Howard, are you ready?
I am, sir.
I'm gonna try to do this as painless as possible.
Thank you.
So, in order to get minimum, and just stick with me here, in order to obtain minimum and maximum distance for a shooter, when you have a known height, I would take, let's say for instance, the minimum height. I would take the minimum height minus the strike mark height, times that by the tangent of the angle, times pi divided by 180. Now, that being said, say I don't have a distance, or I'm sorry, a height for the shooter. And when you don't have a height for the shooter, you would somewhat reverse these numbers. I'm just going to say somewhat, just to make it easier to understand. You would somewhat reverse these numbers to where you would obtain a minimum and maximum height for a shooter. So,
But you'd have to know where the shooter was standing.
no.
Okay.
So once you have your strike mark, your entry, right? And I put the rod in there, and I get a height of the rod, I get a height of the strike mark, I get a length of the rod, and I get an angle, right? So from there, I would be able to work backwards to determine a minimum and maximum height for a shooter.
Okay.
And that I recently did with an outside agency from the sheriff's office, where they brought a card to me and wanted to know what the possible heights of the shooter are. I can only give a minimum and a maximum, and I gave them a minimum and maximum height of, and just stick with my answer here, of between 5.47 feet tall and 5.95 feet tall.
Okay.
And I said, hold on, can I
okay.
just finish?
Okay.
And I said to them that it looks to me that the shooter was directly in front of this car, right at the very bumper, when he fired into, or she fired into this windshield. The detective then showed me the video, and it's exactly what happened. The shooter was directly in front of the car. So that tells me that my math was correct, and giving them, and determining his distance, and then determining a height. So you have to inverse the trig in order to get the answer to your question. And that, we could be here all day doing all that math.
Okay. Let me get back to my question in this case.
Right, I thought I answered it.
Okay. Because in that other case, they had a video showing where the person was and how tall they were, but they called you in to tell them how tall they were in the video, right?
But I didn't know that they had that video.
Okay, all right. In this case, you talk about the length of the rod
Correct.
as being part of the constants, part of the things you know.
Yes.
Okay. The length of the rod is meaningless unless the length of the rod is supposed to represent the distance from which the person is standing.
No,
Okay, so what you're telling me is that in your trigonometry, if this rod were half the distance and not as long as it were, as it is, you would get a totally different number with that same trajectory. Is that what you're saying?
with that same trajectory, can I put it in my formula here again?
I want you to answer my question.
I can't do it without doing the math. I don't know your answer right off the top of my head. That's an unfair question.
Well, let me ask you a different way. You said one of the things that you know is the angle of insertion or the trajectory into the car and the length of the rod.
Correct.
And I'm asking you that if you do your analysis with a rod that is half that length, will it change your analysis at all?
The length of the rod, keep in mind, the length of the rod is based on the terminal end of the projectile.
That's one end. The length of the rod
So
extends.
what's sticking out from the hole, from the entry, that's what gets measured. Not the whole rod. So the whole rod going in to terminal, what's sticking out of our hole, if you will, that's the measurement when I say length of rod.
Okay, and the only significance of the length of the rod that is protruding from the hole, the only significance is if the end of that rod is supposed to tell you where the person is, because otherwise the length of the part protruding does nothing other than to indicate the trajectory to you.
The length of the rod has nothing to do with where the person is.
Okay, fine. So, if you have nothing but an angle, you don't have the person's height, and you don't have the distance away from which that person was, you're telling this jury that you can determine the height of the person with nothing more than a trajectory rod, and it's based on the length of the rod.
It's based on more than that.
But you do not have the variables of where they're standing, and you do not have the height of the shooter.
I can get the height of the shooter.
Okay. One of the things that you would do in your analysis if you were on this case in the exception is take measurements of the actual shell casings on the scene, right?
100%.
And you would do that in order to try and triangulate where that person may have been standing.
Correct. So the firearm is obviously going to eject, most of them eject to the right. So they'll eject to the right. It's a spontaneous distance. However, it's something of significance that would want to be documented.
Because it gives you some idea of where the person may have been standing.
It gives you an idea of, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and in this case, the Miramar Police Department did not take any of those measurements.
Correct.
Okay, and that handicapped your investigation, at least in some measure.
It didn't necessarily handicap it, but it could have made it for a more, it could have made it more, or just brought it more together if the measurements were there. So if I bring the car out there like I did, and I have measurements of where these shell casings are, and then I have measurements of where my shooters are, and then I can I can make a diagram of where my shooter is, where the casing is, where the shooter is, where the casing is. That would make for a more precise report.
Okay.
which, we measure everything. We measure all of our casings at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Now, in doing your analysis in this case, and we're talking about the analysis concerning who may have shot into the car, the universe of people that you were considering were the two people, the two defendants that the state identified for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if anybody else on the planet shot into that car, that wouldn't be a consideration that you made in your analysis, correct?
The shooters that were presented to me is what I'm here to testify about. I can't speak for anybody else.
Okay, so your analysis is limited to an analysis of the two people who the state identified for you.
Correct.
Okay, and in doing that analysis, you at first determined that it was more likely that Mr. Demons shot into the car than Cortland Henry. Right?
Correct.
And then we took your deposition. Right?
Right, and then I realized that I used his actual height for the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you revised your report and you then concluded that it could have been either one of them.
It could have been both for the entire event on the outside of the car.
Okay, do you think that the fact that you only came up with Mr. Demons initially was influenced by the fact that that's what the state was telling you?
No.
Overruled.
I think that it was influenced by the fact that, as you stated earlier, with your demonstrative there with the rod, when I used his actual height, it made him taller.
Okay, so essentially you had made a mistake because you used the wrong numbers, right?
Because for the back of the car, I used his height.
Okay, and when you revised it, you determined that it could very well have been Cortland Henry that shot into the side of that car.
It could be both, actually. So it brought Mr. Demons' height to where it should have been for the back of the car. For the back of the car and the side of the car, it could have been both of them.
Okay. Now, when you did your assessment of this vehicle, you said you were wearing these Smurf suits, right?
Until then.
And it was so as not to contaminate the scene,
To contaminate the car, yes.
the crime scene, and the crime scene in this case was the car,
Correct.
the interior of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you discovered two projectiles that had been sitting there for 3+ years and had not been discovered.
Correct.
And you also determined that there was blood splatter on the headliner that had not previously been detected.
Blood spatter.
What did I say?
Splatter.
Spatter, okay, thanks. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that that car had been searched at least 3 times before,
I
right?
had no idea how many times it's been searched.
Okay. And do you know if they were wearing Smurf suits when they were rummaging through the car?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Now, the blood on Cortland, the blood on that yellow, what was it, a jacket?
I don't know quite what that was.
I want to show you,
Raincoat or something.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. Matter of fact, let me put it up here.
Can I look at them first, sir?
Sure, sure. Sorry.
It just distilled something.
Switch it over for me.
That's
You
just a
don't wanna
check.
talk about these?
Not just a check.
Let me give you a paper clip for those.
While I go up there with that, you're gonna need that. Come on, can we take a break? This needs to do.
Sorry, you need a break?
Please.
All right, we'll be in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just leave your notepads on your chairs. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. All right? Like the jury's been excused, Councilor Mann, along with the defendant. Mr. Devens, you need a restroom break? No? How much more time you have, Councilor?
I shouldn't be more than a half an hour max, if
So-
that much.
And how much do you have on redirect, Council?
I have to go through my notes, probably about 30 minutes.
So we're not gonna get done tonight.
No.
All right, thank you. For recess.
You want my suggestion?
Thank you, I'm sorry, I
Sir,
talk so much.
Anywhere you are is where you need to be.
Not an issue, no, not to worry. So, Howard,
Yes, sir.
I don't know where you're at with your cross, you know, and I don't want you to break, like, exactly, but you find a spot if you're not gonna be close to, you need more if we have now. It's 10 to 5, 15 to 5, so you go for a while and just find a place where it's convenient, a breaking point for you, all right?
I'm thinking maybe we can let it go early, I'll just do what I'm doing now, and then we can just cut it. It'll be a little bit before 5. Okay, thank you.
We're supposed to tell the jury to let them go at 5 o'clock,
Oh,
all right?
I think they should go home at 4:48.
I think you should tell them the temperature.
They know. They're all wearing coats and winter coats.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant. Defendant is counsel. Jury, our witness remains on the stand. Counsel, you can continue with your cross-examination of the sergeant.
Thank you. Sergeant, I want you to look at this exhibit. Now it no longer has the number on the back. What is this?
31?
31. State's Exhibit 31 is this yellow jacket. It's a composite exhibit, so it has multiple photographs. And it concerns, at least part of it, the yellow jacket. See that?
The yellow jacket?
Yes.
Yes.
And here is a closer view. Okay? What I want you to do first is tell me whether or not this, you can determine if that is a knit fabric or it is the fabric consistent with outerwear such as a jacket. Can you determine that from your view?
I think I might need the photo back again. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Do you want me to come to you?
Are you done? Sorry. What'd you say?
Yes, it looks like some type of knit fabric, but almost similar to a curtain.
A curtain?
Like very not like silk, but somewhere like a thicker fabric.
Okay, like some kind of a little, well, let me take a, I'm not sure if polymer is the right word,
Well,
but
that's a plastic.
yes.
You think it's plastic?
Okay, this is an outer raincoat.
Is it in evidence?
May I suggest using the USB? It's going to be a lot better quality than yours.
Okay, I'm being offered some assistance. And we're going to accept it. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. See that?
Yes, so yeah, this picture is much better. This is some type of rubbery type surface.
Right. Okay. And because it's this rubbery outer garment kind of raincoat, so you could tell that this was some kind of a smear.
Correct. So blood dries from the outside in, and in my opinion, can you keep it still 1 second there?
Yeah, I'm
Mr.
trying to
Mayor?
get the full view for you.
So this is, to me, as I testified to another item, and I don't recall if it was this one, but so this is, oh, it was to the seat. So this is what's called transfer, which is a blood-bearing object touching a non-blood-bearing object.
And in this case, the non-blood bearing object would be the jacket.
Correct.
Okay.
So the blood-bearing object resembles, let me make sure I'm still in drawing mode. Yep, a finger.
Okay.
And also another finger. Specifically, and I'm gonna put it in a different color so that it can be noted. Specifically for that second one that I identified, specifically right here. That would be the curve of that finger coming in, joints, joint, joint. It looks like a finger, so it's a blood-bearing object being a hand touching a non-blood-bearing object. And the blood-bearing object had enough blood on it that it caused it to actually spill over, if you will. So all of this spilt over when it was laid down or whatever. And then, as I said earlier, blood dries from the outside in. And since it was dry, the outside was molested, and it was molested down here, and then that transfer ended up coming over to here as well. So it was touched at least 2 times by a subject with blood on their hands.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for all of that.
Okay, thank you.
But what we're looking at there, you're saying you see 2 fingerprints there?
Hold it still.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me bring up my fancy drawer here.
Wait, before I go there,
Oh,
strike that.
okay. Hold on.
You see the ridges within that blood mark right up top there.
So the ridges that you see are actually the ridges of the item itself.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So these ridges are the coat and not a fingerprint, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you're saying, notwithstanding the absence of ridges consistent with a fingerprint, you have identified by shape that whatever bloody surface transferred the blood onto this item were at least 2 fingers.
Right, so can you zoom it back out?
Sure.
And
Like so?
let's get the whole thing, bring it up a little, maybe center it. There we go.
All right.
And so what I'm saying is it resembles, it's consistent with a finger. So again, you have a finger. Whoa, how did I get so big? What did I do wrong? I got it, never mind. Okay. So you have a finger here, and you got the knuckle and a knuckle of your hand. And then you have the other finger here, right here, which these resemble fingers, knuckle, knuckle. And then again, as I stated, that, you know, blood dries from the outside in. This blood over here was all not dried yet. And then you have some molestation of this blood by an unknown object to me, and that originates actually at that crest where it's empty spot and it comes down this way. So, but as I stated earlier, there is enough blood on this suspected hand that when this, we'll call it a raincoat, was laid down in the back of this Jeep, that it allowed for pulling to extend out, and that's a substantial amount of blood for that raincoat.
Okay. All right, so the question that I wanted to ask you is whether or not you had an opportunity, I guess I need to stick this in back. How do I get thumbnails on this thing? How do I get thumbnails?
They're charging you for this assistance.
Okay.
Big one.
Thank you so much. Now this was Cortland Henry's shirt on which,
Okay.
from which blood was retrieved, right?
Okay.
And as distinguished from the jacket, which had a material that allowed you to determine that it was a transfer smear, on a fabric that's a knit like this, you can't tell whether the blood on that is from some sort of transfer, right?
So if the shirt, first of all, it's inside out, so I can't really make a determination on it as it is. However, if you have this shirt where suspected blood is, and you spray our fancy blue star on it, the blue star will show spatter or smear or
Okay.
transfer.
Makes sense.
Okay.
So that if the hand that might have touched that jacket did like that, it would appear as spatter.
So the hand, if that touched the jacket, just like flicked it, is what you're saying?
Well, if in some way the hand was moving quickly and blood came off the hand onto the shirt, it would appear as spatter.
It would appear as cast off.
Okay, which is different from spatter.
You're saying it's all part of bloodstained pattern, but it would appear as cast off.
My question to you is, the blood that was retrieved, that was found on Cortland Henry's shirt, you don't know how it got there?
I posited that the blood from the front of his shirt is from Anthony Williams' blowback, and the blood on the back of his shirt is from Christopher Thomas's two rounds that he took.
I understand.
But do we have a picture of this shirt the other way around as it would be worn?
I don't know. I know you posited that it was blowback, and just to be clear, your scenario was him sitting still with a .40 caliber being shot from behind his neck, and he does not move, and it
came back onto him and splattered, right?
Well, I don't blame him for moving. I mean, we have a firearm going off. I don't think I would move either.
Okay. Okay, all right. Then it's not this. Where is, it's a white t-shirt. Okay. Okay.
Help with the pictures?
No, no, I think these are, this is everything.
The front.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Is there any way to rotate it, Mr. Howard? To rotate it to
No,
position,
Yeah.
perfect, and then zoom in?
You're saying that it's not possible that that could have,
No, can you bring it back?
I didn't do that.
It's sensitive.
You're saying that it's not possible that the blood on that shirt got there any other way than a blowback.
That is not cast off at all.
That is blood spatter from somebody being shot. That's the only
Correct.
possible way that
And
could
it's
have happened.
actually relatively consistent with the blowback that's on the headliner as well.
Okay, so I'm just understanding that your opinion is that there's no way that that blood got onto that shirt other than blowback from a gunshot.
Correct.
Okay, and your reasoning is?
Well, he was wearing the shirt, he was seated in that position. A gun strikes Mr. Williams, the blowback goes into the air and lands on him, lands on the headliner, lands on the back seat.
Okay, so all of the reason why you're saying that it's impossible that it got there any other way is because you're assuming that he was sitting in the seat, in the driver's seat at the time the shot was fired.
Well, I'm not assuming because it's clear in the pictures that there is no blood on that seat, and the explanation for that is because somebody is in that seat.
And it's Cortland Henry, you know that for sure.
If whoever is driving that car,
Okay. So the car was moving at the time these shots were being taken?
whoever was driving it, whoever was seated in that seat.
Whoever was seated in that seat at the time?
Correct.
Okay.
But that's cast off. Can I look at the back one?
Okay. That's actually the front.
That's the sweatshirt. This is the t-shirt he's asking to see.
He wants to see the back.
That's the back.
Okay.
The back is the large logo.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the back.
Yeah, that's not going to be,
I didn't do that. Just so
I think you
everybody
did. That's not transfer either.
Okay, that's definitely coming from blowback.
Yes.
Okay. And your, the reason that you are saying that is?
It's shape, it's consistent with, and it's coming down. It's coming from a up and down onto the shirt, and it can, try not to touch it.
I'm not touching.
So, all right, I'll use white. So this is actually, what the hell? White. So this is actually, this is actually coming down, and this is coming down also. So this is coming from above. I'm sorry, I'm losing the microphone. This is blood coming from above the shirt. So that's not going to be transfer.
Okay.
So this is blood that's in the air and coming down onto the shirt. And that's what I'm reading in these photographs for the back of the shirt as well.
Okay, you done with that?
Yes, sir.
And the only way that blood can come from up down onto a shirt is if it's coming out of a wound when a bullet hits the person.
Correct,
That's
so
only
it's
possible.
going to be coming, and it's not necessarily that it's going to be, it's, you know, if you shoot somebody in the arm, it's not necessarily going to cause as much blowback as the head. So the head is the one that's creating the majority of this blowback.
Okay, that would be a good time, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pick it up tomorrow, so remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. Just leave your notepad on your chair. We'll see everybody back tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Judge, it's okay to leave my stuff here?
Just 1 second. Let the record reflect the jury's stepped out, Counsel Manuel was the defendant, and the assistant state attorney. Anything to discuss, guys?
Just one thing, Your Honor. Today, this afternoon, the defense counsel filed a notice of deposition for this Friday without consulting with myself or Ms. Smith at all as to our availability. I am not available for a deposition on Friday, as I have other hearings and things that have been set at the time they selected. So I was going to ask if Your Honor would be so kind as to intervene and perhaps tomorrow have it set for tomorrow afternoon and to go about on the depot tomorrow afternoon, because I think we will finish with Sergeant Williams, and then there's one other records custodian for the morning that's a quick witness, and then we could use the afternoon to take the deposition.
Are you going to be involved in it? Is that wrong with that?
Are you gonna produce it?
I have been trying to serve the witness, he is failed to appear. So in terms of.
The only reason I did that, Your Honor, and it's my fault, is we just recently got a new address on this witness. It is, Trevian Glass. That was one of the witnesses that I had filed a motion for better address. We got a better address, we tried to serve him at various addresses. I filed numerous motions to exclude him. Judge Siegel would not grant that, and basically said if the state produces him, we'll recess and take his deposition. As soon as I got that new address, we took the depot. They want to produce him tomorrow afternoon.
So you don't have a subpoena? You don't
Oh,
have-
yes, we do.
Oh, you got
We did.
served.
We served a
He was served
person
last
at that
night.
house.
His
He
mother
was
was
served.
served. His mother was served at 5 o'clock last night.
Good.
So we scheduled it for Friday because, we're off on that day. And we need time to transcribe that witness if the state is going to call him as a witness, and we didn't want any delay. If they want to produce him tomorrow and the court wants to recess early, I'll do whatever they want.
So Judge, my concern is that defense counsel said this unilaterally, and I've been here next to the court for the last 2 days. They obviously went about or taking steps to do this, have this witness served, but took no steps to coordinate with the state. They have to do that. I cannot produce this witness. I cannot have service on him to get him to show up for a deposition on that. So I would just ask that Your Honor.
Can I stop you for a second? Do you have service on him for the trial?
We have,
We've made several attempts, and in fact, Your Honor, I spoke with him myself. He indicated to me that he was not coming, and I asked him if I could arrange transportation, arrange a hotel. He said if I sent a plane for him, he would not show up. Those were his comments.
Well,
and so then to follow up as to the next statement that he made to Ms. Smith, you would be so kind?
Yes, Your Honor, he did in fact tell me that he felt concerned for his safety, and the state requesting him to be here in Broward County was a risk to his life, and that the state had no concern for his safety, and he refuses to come here out of fear.
So.
He refused to say who, Judge. I did ask him if he was threatened or requested not to appear by anyone, not insinuating from any specific person. He said, what do you think? And I said, I can't speculate, and he refused to further comment.
But you have served some.
We have a subpoena served, I think, on his mother, accepted service for Friday at 10:30.
And I'm waiting for the affidavit, or I would have filed it.
And, yes, ma'am?
I'm available. And for Judge Siegel on a hearing on a different case on Friday morning.
What case?
Calvin Smith, that is a 2007 triple homicide that he has been in and out of the hospital. It's with regards to his placement, and if he's hit his mark of 5 years for continued incompetence or where he would remain.
And how long is your hearing supposed to stay?
It is scheduled for an hour from, let me double check on this, it might be scheduled. It's scheduled from 11 to 12. On that, they set the deposition without any notice of attempt to coordinate with myself for 10:30.
Understood, and I understand they're supposed to try to coordinate with you, but regardless of that, because of the circumstances of this case, are you it's all speculation, but if Ms. Smith indicated that he indicated he wasn't going to cooperate in any way, shape, or form, the chance of him showing up for this deposition are slim to none.
Agreed. My concern though is that this is the second deposition we've had the discussion, because then the next thing I have to bring up with Your Honor is we're going to have to coordinate an additional deposition because defense had deleted a witness from the witness list in March of 2022. And then now they just told me today that they are going to add that witness back on. So if I cancel the previously set deposition of this witness, and so now they're putting this on again last minute in terms of that. So we're going to have court intervention as well as to that